Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to Post Time from Fort Erie Racetrack on your TV Niagara. Our final program of the 2020 live racing season today and tomorrow. You're about to see the replays from October 12th and October 13th, the final two race programs of the year. Thanks again for following along this season on FortErieRacing.com, and looking ahead to next season, we do indeed hope that with the rest of society, we can have fans back in the stands in the summer of 2021 at Fort Erie Racetrack. Thanks for being with us again, everyone. Now enjoy the October 12th live racing action. It's post time from Fort Erie Racetrack on your TV Niagara. First in Fort Erie. They're off for program 37 of the 2020 campaign. What a great looking even beginning. So it's Miss Lester Murphy running in between mares. Bosco Bell to her outside. Then Nordic Pearl and to tackle the north. Second to last Aventura Traviesa, and Ms. Sudu is going to try to get over into line, but she's still running 5 and 6 wide. So right in on the fence, tackle the north is taking no prisoners approach. 23 and 2. Tackle the north makes the most of the inside draw luck. Running up second on the outside, Nordic Pearl alongside Miss Lester Murphy and Bosco Bell. Still lots of work to do from the backfield for Aventura Traviesa, and Ms. Sudu. Tackle the north is into the top of the stretch. Will any try to come and tackle the north? It's tackle the north. Coming through between mares was Ms. Sudu. Tackle the north is sent right down the road by Sunny Singh at 3-5, an amply deserving favorite. Ms. Sudu will save second. Bosco Bell is third. Miss Lester Murphy was fourth. Tackle the north, a well-meant front-end winner in 159 and 2. They're off in an allowance event for the Massachusetts Thoroughbred Breeders Association Stakes in Fort Erie. Dr. Ruthless is bounding right out of there. Tropical Joy under a strong hold is pulling hard on Emil Ramsamy and wants a piece of the top end with Dr. Ruthless. And they continue to battle into the first turn with JC Indy right there, sizing them up from third. 2 more lengths back to Goodbye Guinness Bach and Successful Saint. Lots of work to do. The even money favorite was last away and still has 5 lengths to make up. They were speeding over to the quarter and battling 23 and 2. The way the day is shaped up, it's a wind in their face now along this Fort Erie backstretch, and Tropical Joy is insisting on leading it. Successful Saint has made it all the way up to second on the outside flank of Dr. Ruthless. 2 more lengths to JC Indy and 2 more to Goodbye Guinness Bach. This Troika continues to go nose to nose, toe to toe, and bridle to bridle to the final turn. Tropical Joy taking the no prisoners approach. Dr. Ruthless, Successful Saint, any one of these 3, neither of them giving an inch on that final turn, and they slugged out a half mile in 47 and 3. It's been a thrilling spectacle all the way, and it's far from over as they ready for the run down inside the quarter pole. On the outside, Successful Saint. Tropical Joy. Dr. Ruthless has now dropped back. Successful Saint comes away with the top of the stretch lead. And they ran 6 furlongs in 1:12 and 4. Successful Saint. Tropical Joy tries to stay with Successful Saint, but Successful Saint is just a little too good at the distance. Tropical Joy fought the great fight, will be second best. Successful Saint scores again in the Massachusetts Thoroughbred Breeders Association Stakes in Fort Erie. With Tropical Joy second, Dr. Ruthless third, and Goodbye Guinness Bach was fourth, and it was the mile and 16th in 1:47 and 4. They're off. Step slowly away was Join the Club right along the inside. Deputy of Egbert, Thor's Thunder have had the best beginnings. Radio Nowhere is to the outside of Stop Victimizing Me, and Join the Club is in contact with the group as Thor's Thunder. And Helen Vanek looked to cross over and lead it. Deputy of Egbert is right there along the inside. Radio Nowhere is attending well from third. Then Stop Victimizing Me is on the outside of Join the Club. Thor's Thunder on down the turn, 22 and 3, and that was into a stiff wind. Thor's Thunder is still doing it round to the top of the stretch. It's Thor's Thunder over Stop Victimizing Me. Radio Nowhere on the outside. Deputy of Egbert, Thor's Thunder, and Radio Nowhere are the top two. Stop Victimizing Me is rolling wide. Deputy of Egbert is out of momentum. So is Join the Club. Thor's Thunder and Helen Vanek hasn't really shaken this one up yet, and he's long gone already. Thor's Thunder after a half mile in 46 seconds, and Thor's Thunder spaced him out to win it well in hand. Here is a compelling place battle. Radio Nowhere on the inside takes down second. Over Stop Victimizing Me third, and Deputy of Egbert was fourth. All Thor's Thunder 1:04 and 3. They're off. Good beginning for all, and Sugar Me Sweet shows early speed. Diamonds in Her Eyes, Stormy Susie from the extreme outside, and Chick Bear is there in between mares with Miss Verrazano second to last, and about 4 more lengths to Molly Terra back of the field. So they move into the turn with Sugar Me Sweet, going to push on through. On the inside, Sugar Me Sweet is up to engage. Diamonds in Her Eyes into the turn. And back in third now, pushing through, was Miss Verrazano to be near the pace. Chick Bear is backed away. Stormy Susie, lots of work to do, and then Molly Terra completes the field. Diamonds in Her Eyes, trying to put away Sugar Me Sweet into the top of the stretch. The speed was 23 and 1 at the quarter, and Diamonds in Her Eyes has a stretch lead. Sugar Me Sweet is fighting on determinedly. Molly Terra has come up to third from last position. Diamonds in Her Eyes, Sugar Me Sweet never went away and is a hard pursuer to the finish, but Diamonds in Her Eyes prevails by a length. Sugar Me Sweet second. Molly Terra was third, and Chick Bear was fourth. Stormy Susie only fifth best. Miss Verrazano last to finish. Diamonds in Her Eyes in from the also eligible to win in race 4, 59 and 4/5. Race 5 at the post. They're off. And a poor beginning there, awkwardly away was Obliviously. Seal Team 2 has won the break cleanly. Get My Gist, then Sophistication along the inside. Groundhog Day runs into the front four. I Idolize You is fifth along the backstretch. The extreme outside for Sleek Idea, and Obliviously runs through in on the fence after missing the break. Seal Team 2 and Juan Crawford going to try to front end. All half-dozen rivals here. Get My Gist is keeping tabs from second. Then Sophistication and Groundhog Day. I Idolize You is fifth. Sleek Idea, sixth on the outside, and Obliviously hugs the fence from seventh and last. And the top end target has been Seal Team 2 with Get My Gist endeavoring to close in. Groundhog Day still a non-threatening third. I Idolize You improved again up into fourth, overtaking Sophistication. And they turn for the payoff. The target has been Seal Team 2. Get My Gist is coming. The speed was 22 and 3, 45 and 4. Seal Team 2 still the best one. On the outside, Get My Gist, no more progress. Seal Team 2 sent down the road by Juan Crawford. Get My Gist is second. I Idolize You looks for third in the last moment lunge over Groundhog Day, who was fourth. Seal Team 2 wires the field with authority in 110 and 3. Truly Honored. Shamrockus to complete the line. Standing by for a start. Race 6. They're off. Good start on the outside for Written, but fastest of all, and the crowd goes wild. Pachamama, as expected, is forwardly placed, and right along the inside, Rosie Jewel Dancer, there's the front four. Shamrockus came away in fifth. Hush Buffy is sixth. Truly Honored completes the field, and right in on the fence, Rosie Jewel Dancer is going to hook up and grind away with the known speed of Pachamama. Pachamama and Rosie Jewel Dancer having a toe-to-toe battle into the turn, stalked by And the Crowd Goes Wild, and Longshot Written has been racing right up into the front four. Shamrockus, then Truly Honored and Hush Buffy to the rear of the field. Pachamama, Rosie Jewel Dancer, and the Crowd Goes Wild. There's the top trio at head stretch, and the Crowd Goes Wild swings to the outside on Rosie Jewel Dancer, and a hard-tested Pachamama through speed of 22 and 3 and 46 seconds. On the outside, running right on by is And the Crowd Goes Wild. Rosie Jewel Dancer has more. She has something more in reserve. Rosie Jewel Dancer and the Crowd Goes Wild. Heads apart and nose bobbing finish. Who got it? Finishing third was Truly Honored, way back to Pachamama fourth. Rosie Jewel Dancer and the Crowd Goes Wild, and a nail-biter photo finish in the sixth. Longshot Golden Gigi, standing by for a start. Race 7 at the post. They're off. For a mile and 70 yards of main track action, and it's Golden Gigi that has won the break. Legal in Canada moves up on the outside. Smart and Quick, Classy Delight, and Gabby's Ballerina very reluctant to give in. Sexy Nexy and Hurricane Director are running wide, and Marvel is back of the group. They charge around that first turn. Golden Gigi finally up to clear off the lead. Classy Delight runs on in between horses, and we have a loose horse as Hurricane Director has unseated the rider. And that horse is clear, and out in front of the field is Hurricane Director after unseating the rider. So running up for second now is Classy Delight and then Golden Gigi. Gabby's Ballerina is on the outside of Legal in Canada and Smart and Quick, and then it's back on the outside to Marvel to the rear of the field. The opening quarter was in 23 seconds flat. Classy Delight is up on the lead. Going into the turn, Gabby's Ballerina is coming on for second, overtaking Smart and Quick. Sexy Nexy runs up into the front four. Marvel is on the move. Golden Gigi is faded back second to last, and the final turn trailer was Gabby's Ballerina. So they'll move around to the top of the stretch, and it's Classy Delight loping along out there loose on the lead. Legal in Canada has come on for second. Sexy Nexy up on the outside, and then Marvel and Smart and Quick. Hurricane Director goes to the outside fence. Attention track crew, loose horse coming to you on the outside fence through the stretch drive. And the leader is Classy Delight by a pretty big margin. Here comes Marvel to the extreme outside picking up second, and then Sexy Nexy and Legal in Canada, and down to the finish for Classy Delight. Classy Delight will win by close to 4 lengths. Marvel up for second, Sexy Nexy third, and Legal in Canada was unofficially fourth. Smart and Quick unofficially fifth. Race 7 under inquiry. Please hold all tickets. They're off. And jumping well, right down along the inside is Jack Beanstalk. Awesome Miner had a good beginning on the extreme outside. Sienna Dream is going to be attending the pace closely. Kobe Loco is right up there. Now takes back to the inside, just in behind Time to Dance. Jack Beanstalk and Awesome Miner, the leaders along the backstretch. Running along in third, that's Sienna Dream. Time to Dance up in the outside. Drafts along in fourth, and 3 more lengths to the trailer. Longest on the board, Kobe Loco. Shortest on the board, Jack Beanstalk. Hooking up with Awesome Miner all the way into the turn. The opening quarter was a deceptively quick 22-2. Jack Beanstalk and Awesome Miner. Awesome Miner is showing a short lead, and they ready for the run inside the quarter pole. Awesome Miner overtaking Jack Beanstalk. Time to Dance well back in third, and then it's Kobe Loco and Sienna Dream. Awesome Miner and Melanie Pinto trying to bring it home from here. Awesome Miner kicks away by 3. No more to offer yet from Jack Beanstalk. Awesome Miner in a canter gallops down to the wire, and Awesome Miner scores well, and scores well at 5-2 over Jack Beanstalk. Time to Dance with third, and Kobe Loco fourth best, and the running time is 1:10 for a very impressive Awesome Miner. They're off. They've all come out cleanly. Tinkering right along the inside. Going to surge on through is Majestic Fever as they prepare to leave the chute. Running farthest outside, that's Fa Fa Fooey, made to run wide out there. Along the backstretch, and Amnesty has joined this front-end fracas. So Amnesty is up to pressure Majestic Fever, and on their outside, here comes the favorite, Fa Fa Fooey, to join the early action. Then Conquest Eliminator is on the outside of Uncle Grumpy, and Tinker Ring has dropped back to be the trailer in the field. So it's Amnesty now crossing over. Making the speed is Amnesty onto the turn. The opening quarter was 23 1/5. Fa Fa Fooey made to run wide the whole way. Majestic Fever now back in third. Uncle Grumpy is coming through on the inside flank of Conquest Eliminator, and about 6 more lengths back to Tinker Ring as they move to the top of the stretch. Fa Fa Fooey taking dead aim on Amnesty. Conquest Eliminator and Uncle Grumpy are rolling wide. Majestic Fever not out of it, down in on the fence. Just a scant lead for Fa Fa Fooey after a half in 46 1. Fa Fa Fooey still fighting on is Amnesty. Amnesty coming back on. It's going to be close. On the outside, Fa Fa Fooey. Amnesty on the inside. Bobbing heads finish. Fa Fa Fooey and Amnesty. Closing on them was Uncle Grumpy. Then Majestic Fever, and back to Conquest Eliminator and Tinker Ring. And they ran 6.5 furlongs to finish maybe millimeters apart in the 9th. There's our live shot, ladies and gentlemen, being blessed with wonderful October weather for program 38 of our 2020 campaign. And that means, of course, tomorrow is closing day here at Fort Erie Racetrack. But we have, all things considered, gotten through the season in great order here, coming up to the final two big programs of the 2020 live racing season. Going to play under sun cloud mix this day, and the temperature climbing towards the 21 Celsius mark, or about 70 Fahrenheit, before the day is through in the Fort Erie, Niagara, and Buffalo region. Thanks again for understanding this year we could not have spectators on track. However, we do hope to have fans in the stands for the 2021 live racing season. Here at Fort Erie Racetrack, of course, that will be whatever the province of Ontario decides to do in the coming months, so certainly watch for our announcements next May and the 2021 live racing season. Our live racing schedule after this program leaves us with just one performance. That's tomorrow, 1:10 p.m. for our 39th and final race program of the year. Pre-race coverage on the air at 12:35 tomorrow for closing day 2020 at Fort Erie Racetrack. Become a member today at hpibet.com and you'll get $100 deposited into your account when you bet $100. Membership includes the HPI Bet Rewards program, the ability to watch 4 tracks at the same time. You can wager on almost 500 tracks from around the world, and you can bet online or on site at any time. If you haven't already done so, check it out and join for free today. It's hpibet.com. Your TV Niagara this Thursday evening at 8 p.m. will have our final post time from Fort Erie Racetrack program of the year. Your TV Niagara found at cable channel 700 in the entire Niagara region. That's cable channel 700, Your TV Niagara, Thursday at 8 p.m. Final performance of the 2020 season from Fort Erie Racetrack. FortErieRacing.com has our live stream, the replays, Ashley Mayhew's free daily tip sheet, the racing schedule, statistics, and much more. Now it's all live in HD. Check it out, FortErieRacing.com. Now standing by with your pen and pencil, here are the changes. In the first race, 1 Hard and Sweet is 1 pound over. 3 Gold Venture, also 1 pound over, as is 4 Fahrenheit. 6 Shangasa, 2 pounds over in the first. Out of race 2, Vet Scratch of 2 Ridimajig. From the third race, 6 Leonard's Bay, a Vet Scratch. Vet Scratch of 6 Leonard's Bay from race 3. In the fourth race, 2 Stardust Kitten, 1 pound over. Same for 5 Victoria Moon, 1 pound over. 6 Tackle the North, racing 3 pounds over. 7 Hasn't Hit Me Yet, has a jockey change to Kevin Nichols. Kevin Nichols picks up the ride of 7 Hasn't Hit Me Yet, and number 8 Molly Terra to carry 115 pounds, 2 over. On to race 5, 1 Queen's Plate Nolan carries 120 pounds. 5 Pool Playa is a Vet Scratch. 6 Dinah's Gamble racing 1 pound over. On to the 6th race, where 2 Ice Challenge will race 2 pounds over. 4 Breadcrumbs and 5 Kobe Loco, each 1 pound over in the 6th. In the 7th race, jockey change on 1 Raven's Cry, make it Jeffrey Alderson. Jeffrey Alderson rides 1 Raven's Cry in the 7th. The 2 Ever So D Wild will carry 120 pounds. 3 Stormy Leo, vet scratch. 6 Mocal, 3 pounds over in the 7th. On to the 8th race. 1 It's Nice to Be Nice, 3 pounds over to race at 121. 5 Silent Charity, 2 pounds over. Number 7 Seas Overture, carries 119. The 9 Giovanna Ponte has a jockey change to Keve Nichols. Keve Nichols riding 9 Giovanna Ponte. The 11 will not go. Steward's Scratch of Office Irish, Awfully Irish 11, Steward's Scratch, out of the 8th. On to the 9th race, where 4 Athlete Connection is a vet scratch. 5 Truly Honored has a jockey change to Pierre Mailhot. Pierre Mailhot, the jockey change on 5 Truly Honored. 6 CJ's Flair races 2 pounds over. 9 Express Banking to race at 121. And the 10th and final race, clear of changes, scene of the jackpot High 5 Pentafecta in the 10th. Coming down to the finish of the season here, ladies and gentlemen, and with all of the anxiety that was out there last March and April, time to give thanks, in my view, for what has been a very, very sensational season of racing here at Fort Erie Racetrack. And the slogan is put out there now by us in Fort Erie and sports of all kinds all over the world. We do hope to return with fans in the stands for 2021. Be sure to stay tuned to our website, forterieracing.com, for the announcements coming up next May. Also coming down to the last 2 programs of the meet, the trainer and rider statistics are in for the year because the leads are so big they are insurmountable. So we are ready to crown Julie Mathis, the leading trainer for 2020 at Fort Erie Racetrack. Juan Crawford is not with us today and tomorrow because of a racing violation suspension, but he has clinched the riding title for 2020, did Juan Crawford, here at Fort Erie Racetrack. And we have 10 races today, 10 races for you tomorrow, so let's get into the handicapping segment and see if we can't come up with some winners and some of the handicapping angles for you to consider on the great 10-race agenda about to unfold in Fort Erie today under really ideal October weather conditions. In the first race, an allowance event at 6.5 furlongs, and I'm going 6, 5, and 4. Shangasa, if the chips fall his way, he's got to come up a winner one of these times. This horse has had a great affinity for big closing runs. Maybe Mark Lee Buchanan will get enough pace up in front of him for the chips to fall Shangasa's way this time out. However, it's a wide open selection there for all of our public selectors. Track handicapper Ashley Mayu, for good reason, goes with number 4 Fahrenheit, who was a lunging second last time out in the photo. The Daily Racing Form selector goes with Fahrenheit, and Bill McGurr's Morning Line, for good reason, putting Mickey Neubauer and Melanie Pinto on the top of the ticket with Light of Congrats. Good options for you to consider there, and a wide open odds board it should be in that first race. In race 2, we'll travel 5 furlongs on the main track with a scratch of number 2, Rhythm-a-Jig. My selections are 4, 5, and 3 with pennies from above. Not a wholehearted selection, I must say, but this is based on the move from maiden special weight to claiming, so that class relief might be enough to get a better share for pennies from above. But those of you, the statistical bent types, look at the trainer stat. Tom Steer has had 7 starters and has not had one in the trifecta yet here this year. So if you don't like that kind of statistic to go against, Snow Scene number 5 was a beaten favorite badly last time out. The blinkers go on today. Maybe something better is in store for number 5, Snow Scene, in race 2 in a pretty much wide open maiden claiming event. On to the third race. We move on to the turf course for 7 furlongs of action. 8, 1 and 7 is the way I'll go, with Kilkenny Prospect absolutely streaking here, racking up win after win, and Kevin Nichols picks up a really live-looking mount for meet-leading trainer Julie Mathis in this one. However, it is noteworthy that Chris Husbands sided with number 6 Leonard's Bay, who then became a scratch. Now, otherwise, Ashley Mayu, the Daily Racing Form, and Morning Line oddsman Bill McGurr from Equibase.com all went with Dots Vision. Shipping in from Woodbine for trainer Scott Fairley. Michelle Rainford has a live-looking mount there in post 1, but I'm going to stay with the streaking Kilkenny Prospect. For the price play, number 7 Uncle Grumpy was coming to the leaders last start out here and just missed by a head in a right there finish. So Uncle Grumpy may be a big number there, 3-1 Morning Line, but Kilkenny Prospect and Dots Vision expected to take the lion's share of the win money there in race 3. In the fourth race, good field of 9 here at 5 furlongs on the main track. 7, 3 and 2 hasn't hit me yet, as Kevin Nichols picks up a very live-looking mount here on the rider change on Hasn't Hit Me Yet. This horse won up at Woodbine 2 starts back, and based on the precedent of recent years, when trainer Ralph Byamont ships one to Fort Erie, they are usually well meant. Many of them comeback winners, certainly top 3 prospects, so I'm going to side on the Ralph Byamont angle and Hasn't Hit Me Yet in this wide open fourth race. Number 3, Down with Brown, is going to be generously priced with Kirk Johnson and the Speed. We'll see what kind of speed this one brings to Fort Erie, shipping in from Woodbine. Number 2, Stardust Kitten, in really great sharp current form in the last pair for Julie Mathis. Track handicapper Ashley Mayu in the Daily Racing Form, both going with Tackle the North off of a very sharp, wide open lengths win. The only reason I didn't pick this one is the move up from maiden claiming to the non-winners of 2 category. However, this could prove to be a good fit as well for Tackle the North. If it is a speed favoring day, Warren LeBlanc and Sunny Singh will try for the repeat outing here for Tackle the North. The Morning Line and myself siding with Shipper Hasn't Hit Me Yet. On to the 5th race. Vet scratch of number 5, Pool Playa. 7, 6 and 4 is the way I'll go, with Thor's Thunder moving up to the non-winners of 3 condition, but I'm looking at a really strong statistic here. If you look at trainer Julie Mathis, for starters coming back in 1 to 7 days, 46% from the sample given of 13 starters in the past year for Julie Mathis. So back in 6 days after a wide open 7 1/4 length win. How do you go against that on Thor's Thunder? The only dissenting view here is the Daily Racing Form selector, siding with number 6, Dinah's Gamble. Really good current form in the last 2 here at Fort Erie, but the consensus and logical selection after the appearance of the way this one last time, all wrapped up. Thor's Thunder, the one to beat in my view, could be one of the most logical and lowest price selections of the day here in race 5. Stretching it out in the 6th race to 1 mile and 70 yards, I'm going to go 2, 3 and 6 in this field. Ice Challenge, a rematch of September 28th here. Daryl Ezra and owner Karina Schock here made a very astute claim 3 starts ago, and this horse has really impressed in the 2 Fort Erie outings thus far, including grinding out a win in the stretch last time. Was right up alongside the leaders and ground them down and came away with the hard-fought win. Mark Lee Buchanan retains a very live-looking mount here, right back at the very same claiming price tag level of $8,000. So Ice Challenge, in my view, too tough to pick against. Ashley Mayo, our track handicapper, going for a price here. After a hard battling third last time, Sophia Slugger is her top call, and maybe if it is a speed favoring day with a beautiful weather conditions and almost no breeze out there, maybe the speed will be holding up for Sophia's Slugger to make the speed there and hang on for Ashley Mayo in the sixth. But I think Ice Challenge by Obvious Sharp Current Form is a solid selection in the sixth. On to the seventh race. 6, 5, and 7 will be my top three. Mocal moving up to the non-winners of three condition, but Sharon Chicotto and Sunny Singh have had a very solid meet here in 2020 at Fort Erie Racetrack. Mocal really looked good in winning last time. Same sort of trip may be beckoning here. Now it is a bigger challenge with the move up from the $4,500 price tag level to the non-winners of $4,000 and $8,000 price tag, but I'm going price shopping here on Mocal, who is morning lined at 6-1. Ashley Mayo goes with Amnesty, who you might have seen on the replay package from last Tuesday, just missed against Fafa Fui in a millimeters apart head bobbing finish last start out. And Amnesty comes right back with Nancy and Robert Warner having a very impactful year here at Fort Erie Racetrack. The daily racing form and the morning line, both going with Butler's Pick. This one for Darwin Banak and Chris Husbands has found a very competitive level here in Fort Erie and a new home at our $8,000 price tag level. And if Mocal and Amnesty are too low for you, maybe Butler's Pick will be a viable alternative if priced at 5-2 or higher. In the eighth race, we just mentioned Nancy and Robert Warner, and it's nice to be nice. The main storyline of this race, in my view, is whether the streaking It's Nice to Be Nice makes it 4 in a row on the turf course, doing absolutely nothing wrong lately, sitting just off the pace, coming with a stretch run. Who better than Sunny Singh to execute that kind of winning ride? So I've got to stay with It's Nice to Be Nice. Also, a nice little kicker here is that it appears back on draw day last Friday. Sunny Singh may have also been offered number 9, Giovanna Ponti, but he choices off for It's Nice to Be Nice. The only dissenting view is our morning line oddsman Bill McGurr, going with Ship In Seas Overture. And this looks like a live consideration here. Lane Gilliford, when he has shipped into Fort Erie this year, they have almost always been impactful. There you see the statistics of 2 wins and 4 seconds from just 8 starters this year. So you've got to give exact consideration and maybe some top of the ticket coverage for the Lane Gilliford starter Seas Overture, going up against the streaking It's Nice to Be Nice. And if those two get hammered down too much in the win pools, heads up out on post 10. You're getting Mickey Neubauer and Melanie Pinto, that trainer and jockey combination, at various times, depending on the sample size, win 50% of the time. So there's a strong statistic for you for Mickey Neubauer and Melanie Pinto out in post 10 for Charles Fipke with Tale of Perfect Law, and that's going to be a tremendous turf tilt in the 8th. In the 9th race, starter optional claiming event, and we do have a vet scratch of number 4, Athlete Connection. Number 8, Romantic Gizmo, sat behind a fast pace last time and then was a going away winner, so Melanie Pinto retains the mount here for John Sims. Over the past handful of years or more here at Fort Erie Racetrack, a terrifically successful trainer and jockey combination are John Sims and Melanie Pinto. Ashley is in agreement with me, but the daily racing form and the morning line for Bill McGurr go with number 7. So that's the way it is on the top of the ticket. Off of a very sharp runner-up finish at Woodbine, and the claiming angle is in effect here, so we have the trainer change angle going to Deb Rhombus, so that's the way it is off of the claim in the 9th. And the 10th and final race, mile and 70 yards for the field of 10. 4, 3, and 9 will be my top three, with no question to the top of the ticket for me. Woodbine Winner shipping in here, moving up to the non-winners of 4 level of competition, however taking a slight decrease after beating the Woodbine 5000s, priced at $4,500 in Fort Erie today, is no question for Stephen Chirkop and Sunny Singh. The only dissenting view is our Ashley Mayu, going with Blondie Likes to Dance. After a very sharp winning effort last time, sat behind the speed of 23 and 3 and 47 and 3 and swept up to win. Blondie Likes to Dance moving up in price tag level here this time, so I think that that's a much tougher assignment. However, if you get a good price, Blondie Likes to Dance might have things fall her way again. My other selection in this field is Show Me the Prize. Looking 2 starts down the page, Kirk Johnson mapped out the winning trip, and at 5-1 in the morning line and the inside post draw luck and all the good trip options open, Show Me the Prize may be coming with a good late run at a big number here in the 10th. The 10th race, scene of the jackpot, high 5, and the carryover into this event, almost $5,000. Thanks again, everyone, for being with us for the second last day of the season here in Fort Erie. We look forward to our track handicapper Ashley Mayu for her selections and insights throughout the afternoon. 14 minutes to first race post time under ideal October weather conditions from Fort Erie Racetrack.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's our final Monday program for the 2020 season. 10 races on the card with some big fields. We'll kick things off with an allowance event. 4 non-winners of 2 lifetime on the dirt. Go to the number 4. Fahrenheit is my top pick at 4-1 morning line. I don't think we'll get that price. Last time out was second and just narrowly missed at this level, and that was going 5.5 furlongs. Now going 6.5. Really think the distance is going to suit him well. He was making up ground late and just missed in there. Prior to that, he was 6th going 6 furlongs, but he's been in the new barn for a little bit longer. I think that could make a difference, and the winner Time to Dance really was strong that day. So for me, horse likes longer distances, and at the price I thought was worth the value. Now, another horse to consider is the 5 Light of Congrats, who's a filly taking on the boys, and she's been interesting to watch this season because she hasn't won here at Fort Erie, but she's done well on the dirt. She does have a turf race under her belt, which came last time out, which was probably her strongest performance. She just missed by a length and 3/4. She typically rallies from off the pace, and she's raced well this season. I think she'll still need to step up here if she's going to win, but she certainly can get a minor share against this group. And then finally, I go to the 1 Hard and Sweet, who's going to be making the second start on the dirt. If you notice, this one actually broke the maiden down at the dirt at Tampa and was a decisive winner, while in the barn of Jonathan Thomas won by 12 lengths. Now, really poured it on in that field. Obviously, it was scheduled for the turf, so a lot of the horses probably didn't want to race on that dirt that day. But since coming to Canada, this one's actually disappointed. What I will say is, comes into this race off the best effort since coming to Canada, was 7th, beaten by 4.5 against $25,000 non-winners of 2 lifetimes. So should fit well here. We already know this one likes the dirt. I'm expecting an improvement. You see Jeff Alderson climbing aboard, so another logical play. But I will go to the number 4 Fahrenheit, then the filly Light of Congrats, and finally the 1 Hard and Sweet. Good luck.
Field has moved into the walking ring for the first race. First time announcement concerning number 6, Shangasa, will race with inserts. In the Fort Erie first race, 6, Shangasa, races with inserts. Riders going up for the first race. Here's the field for the first race post-parading. Hard and Sweet is number 1, trained by Harold Ladiseur for Triple K Stables, and the ride to Jeffrey Alderson. Harmony Hall is number 2, racing for Enza and Willie Armada, with Emil Ramsamy on board. Gold Venture number 3 is conditioned by Daniel Wills for owner Gene Ryan, and in the irons, Chris Husbands. Kevin Buttigieg conditions for Colebrook Farms on number 4, Fahrenheit. In the saddle, Sunny Singh. Melanie Pinto riding partner of 5, Light of Congrats, trained by Mickey Neubauer for owner Charles Fipke. And 6 is Shangasa, conditioned by Daryl Ezra for Karina Schock. In the irons, Mark Lee Buchanan. Allowance field for the first race in Fort Erie to run 6.5 furlongs. Start of the rolling pick threes and daily doubles. And there's Superfecta with trifecta, exacta, win, place, and show opportunities on the first race from Fort Erie. The riders now requested to take their horses back to the 6.5 furlong starting point for the Fort Erie first race. They've reached the gate. They're readying to step in. First around with 8-5 respect. Hard and Sweet. The field's long shot, Harmony Hall. Recent winner, Gold Venture. Among the favorites is Fahrenheit. $7-1 number on Light of Congrats. Shengessa completing the line. Stand by for a start. They're at the post in Fort Erie, and they're off. Step slowly away, Shengessa on the outside. Light of Congrats flashing some speed with Gold Venture, and right down along the inside is Hard and Sweet as they prepare to run out of the chute. Hard and Sweet, sent to the front by Jeffrey Alderson. Fahrenheit is up in the middle of the track. And dropping to the inside, Harmony Hall. Running in the front four, Gold Venture. Light of Congrats on the outside is 3 deep and 5th, and about 6 lengths back of the field is the known hard closer, Shengessa. So they run over to the turn, making all of the tempo. Hard and Sweet and Fahrenheit taking a great looking drafting trip on the speed. Light of Congrats came on for third. Gold Venture has lost ground back in fourth. It's 2 more lengths to Harmony Hall and 4 more to Shengessa. And here comes Fahrenheit up to stare. Hard and Sweet in the eye. 22-4 and 45-3 Fahrenheit. Hard and Sweet side by side into the top of the stretch. Light of Congrats to the outside of Gold Venture, third and fourth. Fahrenheit pokes ahead in front. Not yet through, maybe, is Hard and Sweet. Hard and Sweet battling long and hard. Comes back out for the late stretch lead. And a late running Gold Venture is coming on the grandstand side. Hard and Sweet might have got there just by the head bob on Gold Venture. Fahrenheit was third and Shengessa was too late for fourth. Hard and Sweet trying to hold off Gold Venture in the first. 117 for the 6.5 furlongs. One, 3, 4, and 6 is posted from the first race. 1, 3, 4, 6. The running times recap: 22-4, 45-3, 6 furlongs in 110-1, and the 6.5 furlong full running time of the first race: 117. Back to the winner's photograph from the Fort Erie first race. One Hard and Sweet. 3-year-old bay gelding by Hard Spun from Sally Ride by Tappet. Bred in Kentucky by Robert V. LaPenta. Now trained by Harold Ladiseur for Triple K Stables, and the winning ride to Jeffrey Alderson. Second win in 6 starts this year, Hard and Sweet in the Fort Erie first race in 1:17. It's official. $620, $350, and $230 across, Hard and Sweet. Gold Venture, $430 and $270. Fahrenheit, $210. The Exacta, $18.90. The Trifecta, $37.70. The $1 Superfecta combination of 1, 3, 4, and 6, $31.45. Now on the infield screen and TV monitors, the win photo on display from the first race. Hard and Sweet edging out Gold Venture. If you haven't already done so, be sure to check out hpibet.com and join for free today. When you become a member, you will get $100 deposited into your account when you bet $100. Membership includes the HPI Bet Rewards program, the ability to watch 4 tracks at the same time. You can wager on over 450 tracks from around the world, and you can wager online or on site at any time. If you don't already have an account, check it out and join for free today at hpibet.com. Out of race 2, vet scratch of number 2, Riddim-a-Jig. 19 minutes to post time to race 2. Start of the early 20-cent pick 4. They're in the walking ring for race 2 at 7 minutes to post time. Riders up for race 2. The race 2 field on post parade, led by Maximo Only, number 1, trained by Stephen Cathcart for Pan Am Racing. Hired to ride is Pierre Mailhot. Number 2 is Yvette Scratch. 3 is Princess Fiona, partnered by Melanie Pinto, trained by Joe Humber for M&M Racing. Pennies from Above on the track, number 4, trained by Tom Steer for Richard Walpole. In the saddle, Chris Husbands. Snow Scene is number 5, conditioned by Carlton Johnston for Anne-Marie Johnston, Vaccaro and Partners. Jason Hoyt on board, Snow Scene. There's Enhanced Finance number 6, conditioned by Martin Hinkson for Robin Annalard. Along with Martin Hinkson and Richard Okihiro, Hannah Toomey in the saddle. And Dorothy Gundner is the owner of 7 Sassy Secret, ridden by Emil Ramsamy, trained by Jacqueline Falk. They're on the track for race 2, maiden claiming field to run 5 furlongs in the start of the early 20-cent pick 4. There's a rolling pick 3 and rolling double, superfecta, trifecta exact to win, place, and show on this event. 2 minutes to post from Fort Erie. The starting gate taking position at the 5 furlong point for race 2. Riders under instruction to take their horses to the gate. They've reached the gate, and long shot Maxima Only first to go in. Three to one action on Princess Fiona. Favored Pennies from Above. Second choice Enhanced Finance. Long price on Sassy Secret. Snow Scene is last in. Stand by for a start. Race 2 is at the post. They're off. They came out in a good line there, and it's Enhanced Finance on the outside, Maxima Only on the inside. In between horses, that's Pennies from Above wanting a piece of the early speed action. Princess Fiona back along the inside with Princess Fiona being pinched back there, passed by Snow Scene and Sassy Secret on the outside. Maxima Only from the post one draw, then Enhanced Finance, and Pennies from Above is right there near the lead and coming through between fillies and mares. Pennies from Above on the inside now takes the lead. Maxima Only has checked out. Snow Scene is readying to roll widest, and Enhanced Finance is right there, still battling. They're at the top of the stretch after a contested front quarter of 23 1/5. Enhanced Finance takes measure of Pennies from Above, who is not giving it in easily. But it is Enhanced Finance through the stretch. Enhanced Finance and Hannah Toomey drawing away to win race 2 by 2. Pennies from Above fought the good fight and was second. Princess Fiona does save third over Sassy Secret fourth. It's Enhanced Finance running the 5 furlongs in 59 3. (6437) is posted from race 2. 6437. Running time review 23 1. 4 furlongs in 47 seconds. And the race 2 5 furlong running time 59 3. Enhanced Finance. There is enhanced finance back from race 2 in Fort Erie. Bay 3-year-old filly by Algorithma from Flowing Forest by Forestry. Bred in Ontario by Brian O'Leary and Michael C. Byrne. Trained by co-owner Martin Hinkson. Co-owned by Robin Allard and Richard Okahiro. And the winning ride to Henna Toomey. First career win, first in 8 starts this year. Enhanced finance. Runs the 5 furlongs in race 2 in 59 and 3. That's official. 440, 230, and 210. Pennies from above, 220 and 210. Princess Fiona, 290. The exacta, 750. The trifecta, 1950. The dollar superfecta, $17.25. And the first rolling double, $24 even. Now on display from race 2, the show photograph, showing number 3, Princess Fiona, edging out 7, Sassy Secret. 3 over 7 in the show photograph, now on display from race 2. Out of the third race, 6 Leonard's Bay, Vet Scratch. Vet Scratch of 6 Leonard's Bay from race 3. On this event, rolling pick 3 and daily double with superfecta, trifecta exacta, win place and show opportunities. Race 3 coming up from Fort Erie Racetrack.
Race 3 is an $8,000 claiming event, going 7 ace on the turf. With the scratch of the 6 Leonard's Bay, my picks have kind of moved around a little bit. I still go to the 1 Dodds Vision on top. This one disappointed last time out, but the other 3 races this year up at Woodbine, all of them over the turf. They're quite strong. I mean, the biggest defeat was by 2.5 lengths, finishing 5th, 2 starts back. But I thought the 4th place finish and the 2nd place finish, huge. Now, we have yet to see Dodds Vision here on the turf course, has raced here only on the dirt, but has some decent performances. And I just think looking at these most recent races, looks to be kind of the class on paper, so I'm going to use him on top. Now I'm going to move the number 8 Kilkenny Prospect up to 2nd. I had this one picked for 3rd. This is one that, yes, it took him a while to break his maiden, but 2 starts back, he did it. He did it decisively. I don't think he needed to drop in for a tag because prior to that, he was a close 2nd against Maiden Specialweight Company, but it's all about finding a spot for your horses. He got the job done decisively, and then last time out, which is his first time against winners, he won again and was much the best. So I have to use him here. Seems to like the turf course. Finds himself in a good spot to hopefully pick up that 3rd lifetime win. And then from there, you know, like I mentioned, my 1 horse was scratched. So I'm going to go with the price, the 2 Prolorana. I think this one is intriguing. Disappointed last time out over the Tapeta up at Woodbine. But prior to that, had a 2nd on the turf and had a 4th on the turf here, beaten by 1.5 lengths. That race was back on July 27th against tougher than today's competition. You see the winner, Kagan, came back to win next time out. He needs no introduction. And then the 2nd and 3rd place finishers, Bold Annie Moe, Seattle Treasure, they were stablemates, had a very good year here. They both had some nice performances. So I'm excited to see this one back on the turf here, especially in for a tag. So if this horse is anywhere near 12 to 1 morning line, check him out. I definitely think he's a must use underneath in the exotics.
trifecta combination of 1, 2, 7, and 8, $36.50. Rolling daily double, $11. And the program's first rolling pick 3 ended on the third race, returning $19.85. Now on the TV monitors, the fourth place photograph confirming number 8 Kilkenny Prospect finished fourth over number 4 1 pound sterling. 8 over 4 in the fourth place photograph, now on display. Be sure to make your plans to be with us for our final performance of 2020, the season finale tomorrow. First post 1:10 p.m. for the first of 10 races tomorrow, and the pre-race show on the air as usual at 12:35 p.m. Eastern. As we say goodbye to 2020, live racing action, final performance tomorrow at 1:10 p.m. Now the fourth race changes. 2 Stardust Kitten and 5 Victorian Moon, each 1 pound over. 6 Tackle the North will carry 121 pounds. 7 Hasn't Hit Me Yet has a jockey change to Kevin Nichols. Kevin Nichols rides 7 Hasn't Hit Me Yet. And number 8 Molly Terra racing 2 pounds over. The Fort Erie fourth race. Start of a rolling pick 3 and double. There's superfecta, trifecta exacta, win place and show opportunities. 18 minutes to post time from Fort Erie Racetrack.
Race 4, we have a field of fillies and mares looking for that second lifetime win. I go to the number 6, Tackle the North, who just broke her maiden last time out, but it was her first dirt effort. She kind of harnessed that early foot that she had. She went straight to the front and cleared the field in the end by almost 6 lengths. Thought it was a really nice debut for her on the dirt. So now I'm excited to see her back on the dirt today. She's going to have some tough competition to her outside, but for me, having that dirt race under her belt and showing that she could handle it, that makes her my top pick. Now, the 7 hasn't hit me yet. 9-5 on the morning line, short price. My concern with this filly is obviously they had high hopes when the 2020 year started. They put her in a tough maiden special weight event. She was 8-1 that day. Only beat one horse, was nearly beaten by 30 lengths. Next start out, they dropped her in a maiden optional claimant event, 40,000. She didn't hit the board. Then she was in another race. They switched her to the Tapeta. She showed early foot, but then only finished 5th, beaten by 4 3/4. And then when they dropped her in for the $10,000 tag, she got it together. She rated just off the pace setters and won by 2 1/4. So I'm not a fan of that progression, but maybe that's the level she needs to be at. Last time out, they had her in for a $9,500 tag against non-winners of 2 lifetime. She showed early speed that day and quit. She finished 8th. She only beat a handful of runners and was beaten by nearly 13 lengths. So I'm not a fan at that price. Could she come here and get on the dirt and love it? Of course she could. Looking at her pedigree, I don't think the dirt will be a problem for her, but I have to price shop in here. And to me, 9-2 is better than 9-5. Not that I think I'll get 9-2 on Tackle the North, but hasn't hit me yet. Hasn't really intrigued me that much yet, so I'm going to go with the 6, then the 7, and then finally looking at the others in here, I was actually torn between the 2, Stardust Kitten, who's got some early foot, has a win here on the dirt, 2 starts back when he broke the maiden, and then most recently she was second. I thought it was a good effort from her behind Misty Blonde, but I went to the 5, Victorian Moon, who's going to be another one trying the dirt for the first time. You know, she broke her maiden just a handful of starts ago over the Tapeta up at Woodbine, and since then really hasn't done too much. But the thing with her is she's shown the ability to close from off the pace in the past, and I think knowing that there's a couple horses in here that have early foot, if she can just sit off the pace setters, I think she might be able to close in on them and get a piece, which is why I'm going to use her for 3rd.
Your attention, first time announcement of a late vet scratch from this fourth race. Number 4, Kinzua, late vet scratch. From the fourth race, vet scratch of number 4, Kinzua. Riders up for the fourth. Mystery Day on the track for the fourth race. Emil Ramsamy aboard, trained by Willie Armata for 17:48.425 Ontario. Stardust Kitten is number 2, trained by Julie Mathis for Alicia Robillard and In the Irons Chris Husbands. Kirk Johnson Partners 3, Down with Brown for Anthony Pottinger, and the ownership of Anthony and Dale Powell. OMG Stable with Ross Knight sharing ownership on Victorian Moon 5, conditioned by Harold Lattiser and hired to ride Jeffrey Alderson. Sunny Singh on board 6, Tackle the North for Warren LeBlanc and John Workman. Hasn't Hit Me Yet is number 7, trained by Ralph Biamont for Robert Lippa. Rider change to Keve Nichols. Keve Nichols riding 7, Hasn't Hit Me Yet. Molly Terra, number 8, partnered by Nikki Alderson, trained by Joe Humber for Terra Horse Farm. Flat Out on a Mission campaigning for Lindsay and Joe Hode with Pierre Melhot. They're on the track for the 4th race and will run 5 furlongs on the main. Start of a rolling pick 3 and double. There's Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, Win Place and Show wagers on the 4th, coming up from Fort Erie. Starting gate is wheeled into position at the 5 furlong point for race 4. Riders requested to bring their horses to the gate for race 4. Ready to step in, led by Long Shot Mystery Day. 3-1 action on Down with Brown. Victorian Moon getting 4-1 respect. Tepid favoritism for both Tackle the North and Hasn't Hit Me Yet. Long Shot Molly Terra. Big number on Flat Out on a Mission. Same for Stardust Kitten. They're locked and loaded. Stand by for a start. Race 4 is at the post. They're off. Very even looking beginning with Victorian Moon flashing speed in the middle. So is Tackle the North, Flat Out on a Mission, and Hasn't Hit Me Yet. That's the first 4 as they move into the turn, and tracking them will be Molly Terra. Stardust Kitten has 1 beaten, and Mystery Day will be the early trailer. Ranging up on the outside is Flat Out on a Mission. Going to take on Hasn't Hit Me Yet. These two speeding into the turn, Victorian Moon, then Tackle the North. Down with Brown along the inside has suddenly stopped abruptly there, passed by Molly Terra, and that really disrupted the backfield, including Mystery Day. They move into the top of the stretch. Hasn't Hit Me Yet is after a quarter of 22 and 2. Hasn't Hit Me Yet through the stretch. Victorian Moon is pursuing vigorously. On the outside, here comes Victorian Moon up alongside, taking measure for Jeffrey Alderson. Big day in the saddle for Jeffrey Alderson. Victorian Moon to win. Caught Hasn't Hit Me Yet. Molly Terra came back on for third. Tackle the North was unofficially fourth, and Stardust Kitten unofficially fifth. The running time, 58 and 2. Unofficially from the fourth race, 5786 is posted, 5786. With running times, 22 and 2, the half in 45 and 3, and the 5 furlongs in 58 and 2. For 8-1 offering Victorian Moon. The same trainer and jockey combination scoring back in the first race with Hard and Sweet. Back for a second helping of the Fort Erie winners' photographs. From race 4 with Victorian Moon, Harold Ladiseur and Jeffrey Alderson. The Chestnut 3-year-old filly by Mike Fox from Evie Moon by Perigee Moon. Bred in Ontario by Daniel Stevenson. Trained by Harold Latterser for the ownership of OMG Stable and Ross Knight. Riding double early on the card for Jeffrey Alderson. And that's the second win in 6 starts this year for Victorian Moon. 58-2 when post official from race 4. $18.80 on the win ticket. Victorian Moon, $6.40 and $5. Hasn't hit me yet. $3.30 and $2.70. Molly Terra, $11.70 to show. The exacta $50.50. The trifecta, $535.90. Dollar superfecta, 5, 7, 8, and 6 returns, $535.35. Rolling daily double was 1 and 5 for $16.20. There was a consolation double because of the post-time scratch of number 4, Kinzua. That consolation daily double of 1 and 4, $2.90. And the dollar pick 3 ended on the 4th race, $50 and a quarter. There was a claim from the 4th race. Second place finisher 7 hasn't hit me yet. New owner trainer becomes Desmond Maynard. Des Maynard claims 7 hasn't hit me yet for $6,250 from race 4. In the Fort Erie 5th race, 1 Queen's Plate Nolan will race 2 pounds over. 5 Pool Playa, Vet Scratch. 6 Dinah's Gamble to carry 119 pounds, 1 over. 20 minutes to post time to race 5 from Fort Erie. Start of a rolling pick 3 in the 5th.
Race 5 is a 6 furlong event, $3,000 claimers looking for the third lifetime win. The number 7, Thor's Thunder, stands out to me on paper. Looking at him, he broke his maiden earlier this summer, early August, against Maiden Special Weight Company. Then he faced some tough competition, allowance level non-winners of 2 lifetime. And most recently, they said, let's drop him in, $3,000 non-winners of 2 lifetime. He was much the best. He won by 7 1/4 lengths, gate to wire fashion. He's got early foot. He's talented. I think he's better than a $3,000 claimer, but at this time of the year, you're just looking for a spot to run your horse where they have a shot. And so, Julie, his trainer, has decided to go here. Now, see, Melanie Pinto's going to climb back aboard, has piloted him before to a 3rd place finish. Not a concern of mine at all. I just think looking at him on paper, he's probably the quickest in the field. He's going to go a little longer today. He's going to go from that 5.5 to 6 furlongs, but to me, it looks extremely tough. Others to consider, I do think the 6, Dinah's Gamble's intriguing. One here, 2 starts back on the turf. Kind of rated mid-pack early on and then drew clear by almost 3 lengths. That was going 5/8 on the grass. And then in that first dirt start here, last time out, had the lead at one point, but just was kind of outgunned in the end by Dynamic Force, was second, beaten by a length. So this is another one I think second time dirt could step up a little bit. Nothing to really knock of that most recent effort. And that was against non-winners of 3 lifetime as well. So everything about the race was pretty much the same. So staying at that level, another one to use. And finally, the 4, Get the News, who, to be honest, I was a little disappointed last time out that he didn't have enough late kick in the stretch. I mean, the Kippy train was just much the best, winning by 7 lengths. But typically, this on a Tapit, you'll see he's not very confident, I don't feel like, in himself in the stretch. Like, he wants to move forward, but he doesn't. And we saw that earlier this year when he won. Melanie Pinto really had to get into him to actually get him to kind of braven up and go to the front. He's done that before. 2 starts back, I think he could have won, but he just didn't have enough. He was beaten by 3/4 of a length. So for me, 8 to 1 morning line, great price on him. Like I mentioned earlier, Thor's Thunder has early foot. Dinah's Gamble does, and so do a couple others in here. So if the pace is right, Get the News is going to be flying light, could get a minor share in there. So I'll watch him on the tote board as far as his odds go, but if he's anywhere near this price, even 6 to 1, I think he's a valuable horse to use at a price.
Field is moving into the walking ring for race 5. Riders up, race 5. Queens Plate Nolan, leading the race 5 post parade from Fort Erie. Owned and trained by Nick Mullaney Jr., co-owned by Richard Hurst. The rider is Mark Lee Buchanan. Ken Albu training for JMR Racing. Michelle Rainford in the saddle of 2 JMR Victory Lap. You Know You Like It, number 3, conditioned by Elliott Sullivan for Darlene Pettipaw, Chris Husbands. Pierre Melhot, partner of Get the News 4 for Louis Cappy partner. Number 5 was a vet scratch. 6 Dinah's Gamble, trained by Bill Tyrannos for Natural Aid Stable. J&B Wright Racing. The rider is Jeffrey Alderson. Thor's Thunder, number 7, is Melanie Pinto up, conditioned by Julie Mathis for Joey G Thoroughbreds. He's at Thriller, number 8, conditioned by John Ross for the JC Stable and Cheryl Smith. Kevin Nichols aboard. Postman Pat to complete this field, campaigning for Bancroft D'Souza, and in the irons, Hannah Toomey. The race 5 field, they're going to run 6 furlongs on the main track. Start of a rolling pick 3 and daily double. There's Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, Win Place and Show. Race 5 coming up from Fort Erie. Now the starting gate is taking position at the 6 furlong point for race 5. Moving up to the gate, readying to step in. Last call now for race 5 wagers. Couple of the longest on the board, JMR Victory Lap, and you know you like it first in. Bright gray, Get the News. Four to one action on Dinah's Gamble. The favorite Thor's Thunder. Ten to one on He's a Thriller. So just the inside and outside to go. Postman Pat will be a long shot. Queens played Nolan last in. Stand by for a start. Race 5. They're off. Postman Pat from the outside, and in the middle, you know you like it. Thor's Thunder, as expected, wanted to beat them out of the chute. Thor's Thunder is hooked early, though, by you know you like it. 3 more lengths to Dinah's Gamble in between horses. He's a Thriller up on the outside. Queens played Nolan along the inside. Get the News is there in between horses. Moving second to last along the backstretch. With a lot of work to do from back there. That's JMR Victory Lap, and the trailer taken back after attempting a leaving rush was Postman Pat. So it's Thor's Thunder, and you know you like it. The front vanguard on the turn, stalked by Dinah's Gamble. Get the News. He's a Thriller has made it up into the front 5. Queens played Nolan running on in 6th. Thor's Thunder and Melanie Pinto still sits chilly. After quarters of 22 seconds and 45 and 1, Thor's Thunder supplying plenty of speed again. Dinah's Gamble is in hot pursuit. So is He's a Thriller. Get the News and unthreatening 4th. And through the stretch, Thor's Thunder is going on with another overwhelming performance. Thor's Thunder and romping away winner again. There's the place battle on the inside. Dinah's Gamble tried to hold off He's a Thriller. Get the News was 4th. Queens played Nolan was 5th. Thor's Thunder much the best again in 110 and 4. Place photograph number 6, Dinah's Gamble was 2nd. 8, He's a Thriller 3rd. 4, Get the News was 4th. 7, 6, 8, 4, posted from race 5. That's 7, 6, 8, 4. Running time recap 22 seconds, 45 1/5. And the 6 furlong running time 110 and 4. Thor's Thunder does it again. Back to the winner's photograph is Thor's Thunder. The 3-year-old bay gelding by Everidis from Real Strike by Smart Strike. Bred in Kentucky by Mockmer Hall and Mr. and Mrs. Craig Brogdon. Had been trained by Julie Mathis for Joey G Thoroughbreds. The winning ride, make it the 35th on the meet. For Melanie Pinto, 35 winners on the meet. In the saddle, Thor's Thunder, the 3rd win in 11 starts this year, as 1-2 public choice, $3, $2.30 and $2.10. Dinah's Gamble, $5 and $3.30. He's a Thriller, $3.10. The exact at $12.20. The trifecta, $38.60. The dollar superfecta was $7.684 for $48.55. Rolling daily double, $31.10. The pick 3, $32.15. And the early $1 pick 4, returning $114.60. Now on display, the show photograph showing 6 Dinah's Gamble. Make that the place photograph showing 6 Dinah's Gamble finishing 2nd. Over number 8, He's a Thriller. The place photograph now on display. 6 Dinah's Gamble finishing 2nd over 8, He's a Thriller. From race 5, the winner was claimed. 7 Thor's Thunder, taken for $3,000 by new owner trainer Dominic Pulcinelli. Dominic Pulcinelli claims 7 Thor's Thunder for $3,000 out of race 5. Here the 6th race, weight changes. 2 Ice Challenge will race 2 pounds over. Number 4 Breadcrumbs and 5 Kobe Loco, each 1 pound over. 19 minutes to race 6 from Fort Erie.
Race 6 is the start of the Pick 5. It's a 1.70 mile dirt event for claimers, non-winners of 3 lifetime. My top 3 all exit the same race here. That was on September 28th, going 1.16 mile, but the same conditions. I'm going to start with the horse on the rail, the number 1, Sophia Slugger, who he's interesting. In his first 2 races here at Fort Erie, he won both of them. One was a maiden special weight event. Then you see it was allowance level, non-winners of 2 lifetime. Now, they were going 5 and 5.5 furlongs. After those big performances, his connections sent him up to Woodbine for a couple races. Didn't show too much on the Tapeta or the turf, and then came back here. Kind of a disappointing performance on September 8th, but last time out, stretched out from 6 furlongs to 1.16 third, just missed by a length and a half. So it had been a while since this horse had gone 2 turns on the dirt, which is why I actually use this horse on top. I'm kind of price shopping, hoping this horse will kind of stay around 3-1 morning line compared to the others in here. I think that's a decent price. And yes, this horse was favored last time out, but I expect a better performance second time going long on the dirt in a row. The 2 Ice Challenge won that race by a length. Kind of was towards the back of the pack early on, but it wasn't a strung out field by any means. This one got the job done by a length, and prior to that had a 3rd place finish on the turf against allowance level, non-winners of 2 lifetime. And then last time out went against that non-winners of 3 lifetime, even though he was eligible for non-winners of 2, So another one I think is logical. And then Loquacious. Loquacious is probably, in my opinion, the strongest 2-turn horse in here in some ways. Really likes to here at Fort Erie, really likes the 2-turn distances. Broke the maiden going 1.16 then had a bad effort to round out the 2019 season, but came back ready to roll over the slot, finished 3rd, beaten by a length and a quarter, and then picked up a win 2 starts back and just missed last time out by a length. So these 3 to me, really kind of hard to distinguish. I just think it's whoever is strongest today will win. But I do think if you're playing the early Pick 5, you're going to have to spread in races 8 and 9. And I think this is a hard race to really toss one of them. So you'll kind of have to be bold. But to me, these are probably the most 3 likely horses to win this race.
They moved into the walking ring for the 6th race. On their way to the track for race 6. Here's post parade for the 6th race. Sophia Slugger is number 1, trained by Barrington Cito for Radcliffe Racing in the irons Keve Nichols. Mark Lee Buchanan to ride for Karina Schock, trainer Daryl Ezra on 2 Ice Challenge. 3 is Loquacious, conditioned by Louis Cappy for Catherine Morissette. Kirk Johnson, the rider. Chris Husbands aboard for Beverly Chubb and Horsepower Stable. 4 is Breadcrumbs. Kobe Loco, number 5, is trained by Norm Tomlinson for Cleveland Gordon. In the irons, Sunny Singh. 6 is My Mark Andre, trained by Ravendra Raghunath for Sheila Mohan. The jockey is Emil Ramsamy. Chilling Secret 7 completes this field, trained by Barrington Cito for Ian D'Souza. The rider is Hannah Toomey. 1 mile and 70 yards on the main track for the 6th race. Start of this program's 20-cent Pick 5. Starts a rolling Pick 3 and a double, and there's Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta. Win, place, and show opportunities on Race 6. Starting gate is in place for Race 6. Still time for the 20-cent Pick 5 and Race 6 wagers. They're approaching the gate, readying to load in. Time running out for 6th race wagers. $92 Respect for Sophia Slugger. Favored last start winner, Ice Challenge. Next in is Breadcrumbs. Long shot status for Kobe Loco. The outside pair are 8-1. My Marc Andre and Chilling Secret. And Loquacious into the 3 gate to complete the line. Stand by for race 6. They're off. And right along the inside, it was Sophia's Slugger showing early speed. My Marc Andre on the outside. Breadcrumbs came away into 3rd. Chilling Secret on the extreme outside is 4th. Loquacious is 5th in on the fence. Flanked by Kobe Loco. And the early trailer is the race favorite Ice Challenge. Ice Challenge will need to pass them all to become a repeat winner. So the scrap is on up top, over to the backstretch. Sophia's Slugger inside, My Marc Andre up on the outside. Chilling Secret is 3rd, through a quick enough front quarter of 23-3. Sophia's Slugger, My Marc Andre. Running out wide is Chilling Secret, and Kobe Loco is out in the clear from 4th. Breadcrumbs flattened out a little bit from 5th. Loquacious and Ice Challenge starts the motor running and is gaining ground from 7th and last and 3 wide. On the way to the last turn, it's Sophia's Slugger. Through an opening half of 47-3, Sophia's Slugger, My Marc Andre setting the pace. Chilling Secret is still 3rd into the turn, and then Loquacious, and running out wide still, but trying to gain some ground. That's Ice Challenge, the race favorite, with still some work to do as they come over to the top of the stretch. Sophia's Slugger joined by Chilling Secret and My Marc Andre, and they come to the top of the stretch with the complexion totally changing. It's Chilling Secret and My Marc Andre putting away Sophia's Slugger. Ice Challenge still 5 lengths back, 3rd on the outside. Through the stretch, we're down to Chilling Secret, and digging in is My Marc Andre. My Marc Andre at 11-1 runs clear of the field. My Marc Andre won it by 5 over Chilling Secret. Sophia's Slugger stayed 3rd, and Ice Challenge settling for 4th this day as My Marc Andre and Emil Ramsamy pull an 11-1 upset. 6712 is posted from the 6th race. Race times recap: 23 and 3, 47 and 3. 6 furlongs, 112 and 3. And the mile and 70 yards in 142 and 4. My Marc Andre. Back to the victory photograph is My Marc Andre, the 4-year-old bay gelding, by Laura's Lucky Boy, from Exquisite Ruckus by Hail the Ruckus. Bred in Ontario by Ingeborg Hausler. Owned by Sheila Mohan. Trinidad connections all over the place for the trainer and jockey combination of Ravindra Raghunath and Emil Ramsamy. And the results are official, as My Marc Andre was off at 11-1 to kick back 24.30 on the win ticket, 10.20 to place and 5.50 to show. Chilling Secret 11.60 and 7.70. Sophia Slugger 3.30 to show. The Exacta 189.10. The Trifecta 958.70. The Dollar Superfecta $1,365.85. Rolling Daily Double, $22.20, and the Dollar Pick 3, $167.15. FortErieRacing.com has the live stream, the replays, the racing schedule, the Ashley Mayu Freed Race Day tip sheet, statistics, and much more. And now it's all live in HD. Be sure to check out FortErieRacing.com. Here are the 7th race changes. 1 Raven's Cry make the rider Jeffrey Alderson. 2 Ever So De Wild, 1 pound over. 3 Stormy Leo is a vet scratch. Vet scratch of 3 Stormy Leo. 6 Mocal to race 3 pounds over. It's 20 minutes to race 7 from Fort Erie. Here is a 10th race rider change not previously announced. In the 10th race, 5 Sham Ruckus make the jockey Chris Husbands. In the 10th race, 5 Sham Ruckus make the rider Chris Husbands.
Race 7 is the start of the late pick 4. It's a 5.5 furlong dirt event for a field of claimers. Looking at these Colton Geldings, the number 7 Amnesty. He returned to the dirt last time out for the first time in what was a while. Prior to that, his last dirt start was March 23rd down at Gulfstream Park of 2019, where he finished second, beaten by 10.5 against Florida Bred's Maiden Special Weight Company. Now, last time out, it was his first start for the Rob Warner barn. Finished second, just missed by a nose. I thought it was a good effort. He was forwardly placed and just missed. That was going 6.5. Now he's going 5.5. We see that he's got some early foot to him. I expect him to be forwardly placed once again in a logical play in here. Now the number 4, Unyielding, faced a tough bunch last time. I mean, finished 6th, beaten by 10.5, but it was a pretty big step up from that third lifetime win. I think it was an ambitious spot. This is a better spot for him as far as open company goes. When he won 2 starts back, I really liked the trip that he got from Chris Husbands that day. Kind of just relaxed, just a couple lengths off the leaders, 3 or 4 early on, and gradually made his way to the front to draw clear by almost 4 lengths. Really nice effort for him. It was only his, second start here. Prior to that, he had a third, beaten by 4, but the winner, Water Polo, came back to win the next start, so I like seeing that. So this one I'm going to give another shot, especially kind of dropping into this level from that most recent start. And then the 5, Butler's Pick, whose 5-2 morning line is the morning line favorite. I have reservations about this horse in general from a handicapping perspective. The second last time out, beaten by 3 lengths at this level, going 6 furlongs. Nice effort, but it was only his second race back since August of 2017. Very, very long layoff. Prior to that, he had 1 start in 2019. We didn't see him in 2018. So you can see, if you go down the page in his races of 2017, he showed a lot of potential. Obviously, something went wrong. They gave him some time off, and they had to do so again. So I think my only concern with him at such a short price is, can he replicate that? Because it's going to be his second race back-to-back in quite some time. And I think the price is too short for me to use him on top. Do I think he's a horse to consider in a pick 4 sequence? Sure. But at that price, I'm going to go elsewhere as far as my exotics are concerned.
First time announcement in the 7th race for number 4, Unyielding, races with inserts. In the 7th race, 4, Unyielding, racing with inserts. Horses now in the walking ring for the 7th race. On their way out. It's Raven's Cry leading out the 7th race post parade. Trained by Joe Humber for Joy Elkins. Rider change to Jeffrey Alderson. Jeffrey Alderson riding 1 Raven's Cry. Next on the parade is Unyielding 4, conditioned by Valerie Thompson for Scott Simmons. Hired to ride is Jason Hoyt. 4 Unyielding racing with inserts. 5 is Butler's Pick, and Chris Husbands is up. Trained by Darwin Benak for Forest Ridge Racing. Next is number 8, Front 9, conditioned by Willie Armada for Alpine Stable. The rider is Emil Ramsamy. Ever So D Wild number 2 is conditioned by Jennifer Davis for Big Boy Racing. The jockey is Mark Lee Buchanan. Amnesty number 7, campaigning for Nancy and Robert Warner with Pierre Melhant. Mocal on the track, conditioned by Sharon Chicato for Even Stevens Stables. Sunny Singh, the riding partner. Field of the 7th race will run 5.5 furlongs on the main track. Starts the late 20-cent pick 4, 2 minutes. Starting gate has taken position at the 5.5 furlong point for race 7. And the riders now instructed to take their horses to the gate. Time is running out for the late 20-cent pick 4 and all 7th race wagers. And first stepping in is Raven's Cry, priced at 7-1. Same price on Ever So De Wild. Six to 5. Favoritism respect for Butler's Pick. Amnesty taking 9-2 action. Front 9 at a 8-1 number. Unyielding taking 3-1 play. Standing by for a start. Race 7, locked and loaded. They're off. Big beginning on the inside for Ever So De Wild, and front 9 is up fast from the outside, and in the middle of the track are Butler's Pick and Mocal. Then down to the inside for Raven's Cry, who is making his way out the rear end of the field there. In behind Amnesty as they run along the backstretch, and front 9 is being shuffled back as they go to the turn, and Unyielding is also now the trailer. So it's Ever So De Wild setting up shop on the lead, chased by Butler's Pick onto the turn. Sizzling front panel of 22-1. Butler's Pick having at it. Here comes Amnesty, the widest one of all. Ever So De Wild still holding sway. Tiring a little bit and backing away was Mocal. Raven's Cry has come back on through, and running widest of all is front 9 off the turn. 3 across. Amnesty seizes the stretch lead from Butler's Pick, and Ever So De Wild, it's Amnesty kicking clear after a half in 45-2. Amnesty lost the photo last time, but he didn't this time. He won by 5 and going away. Raven's Cry is up for second. Third on the outside was front 9, and then Unyielding tried to save fourth against Butler's Pick. Amnesty much the best there. 104-2. There's Amnesty back from the 47th race as the winner. 4-year-old Chestnut Gelding by Speightstown from Brazen Persuasion by Indian Charlie. Bred in Florida by Bridlewood Farm, campaigning for Nancy and Robert Warner. The winning ride to Pierre Mailhot. Wins in the second start off the claim for the Warner stable. Does Amnesty. Runs the 5.5 furlongs in 104-2 when made official. Win ticket return is 1050 on Amnesty, off at 4 to 1, 610 and 390. Raven's Cry, 1390 to play, 650 to show. Front 9, 750. The Exacta, $100.90. The Trifecta, $969.20. The Dollar Superfecta for the combination of 7184, $1,217.90. Rolling Daily Double, $230.90. Pick 3 ended on the 7th race, $80.50. Now on display, the 4th place photograph from race 7, showing number 4, Unyielding, finishing 4th. Final program of the season this Thursday evening at 8 p.m. on your TV Niagara. For post time from Fort Erie Racetrack, it's our weekly highlights and replay show every Thursday evening at 8 p.m. on your TV Niagara. It's cable channel 700 in Fort Erie, Port Colborne, Fonthill, Welland, Niagara Falls, and the entire region. For cable channel 700, your TV Niagara. Final show of the year this Thursday evening at 8 p.m. for post time from Fort Erie Racetrack. Here are the 8th race changes. 1, It's Nice to Be Nice, 3 pounds over. 5, Silent Charity, racing 2 pounds over. 7, Seas Overture, 1 pound over. Rider change on 9, Giovanna Ponte, make it Keve Nichols. The 11 does not go. 22 minutes to race 8 from Fort Erie Racetrack.
Race 8's an allowance optional claiming event going a mile on the turf. Is a field of fillies and mares. I thought this was one of the two toughest races on the card. A deep field, a lot of talented, fillies and mares in here. I go to the one, it's nice to be nice, 9-2 morning line. I don't think we'll get that price. She's looking for her 4th consecutive win, and I think what's so impressive about this is every race has been at 7/8. She can certainly go longer, so I'm not worried about the mile distance, but she's stepped up almost each start. I mean, she went from a $3,000 claimer to a 7. The 8 was non-winners of 2 on the year, but now she's getting a real class test, allowance optional claiming company. But she's been so strong in those 3 races that I really think she's hard to ignore. She simply loves the Fort Erie turf course. So for me, I'm going to use her on top. I thought that the 10, Tale of Perfect Law, this one's interesting. She's a 3-year-old filly. She's going to tackle those tougher and older mares today. She won last time out to Breaker Maiden in her 3rd local start here, in her 3rd start for Mickey Neubauer. Melanie Pinto was aboard her that day, and it was a nice win. I mean, she was last early on and drew clear and was much the best in the end. So that was her first turf try. It was going a mile. I think there's a lot to like about this spot. It is going to be a tough spot. I mean, it's a tough, task for a 3-year-old filly to compete, but offer one turf performance. I really like what I saw, so I'm excited to see her back here. And then finally, looking at others, I thought the 4, Leon Azul, I'm going to throw out a 20-1 shot on the morning line because I'm intrigued by her a lot. I mean, the barn, Jennifer Davis, has had a really strong year at Fort Erie. It's won at 36%. She's 9 for 14 in the money. Now, looking at this mare specifically, her last 2 races, she really hasn't shown much, but one was at Woodbine, I'm going to discard that, and one was the Bob Summers Memorial Cup, and it was against the boys. If you go to the effort 3 starts back, she was 3rd, beaten by 9.5 on the dirt. But let's talk about the turf races because I find them to be the most intriguing. Her first start off the layoff, she was 2nd. She missed by 2.25 behind Capoeira, who's in this field today for Paula Loescher. That's the number 6. But her next start, she was sprinting. I know it was going by the ace, but it was a tough group. She won by a head, but she beat the boys that day, and that performance really stands out to me. It was her best this year. Obviously, it was because of a win, but it was her best buyer speed figure as well. So 20-1, I saw the price and I kind of discarded it. I don't think we'll get that. I'd love it personally, but I don't think we should count her out in this spot. She's raced well against Capoeira before, so she fits this level. Obviously, she's disappointed her last few, but the price should be right.
field of the 8th has moved into the walking ring. 7 minutes to post time. Riders up for the 8th. It's nice to be nice on the track for the 8th race. Campaigning for Nancy and Robert Warner stable with Sunny Singh aboard. Two is Our Petunia, racing for Howard Keene. The rider is Jeffrey Alderson. What's in a Kiss number 3, owned and trained by Nicola Scott. In the saddle, Mark Lee Buchanan. Leon Azul number 4 is trained by Jennifer Davis for Big Boy Racing. And in the irons, Kirk Johnson. Michelle Rainford partners 5 Silent Charity for Michael and Vince Bellissimo. Capoeira number 7 is trained by Paula Loescher for Robert Simonek. Pierre Melhot aboard. Seas Overture number 7, now trained by Lane Gillaforte for Chiefswood Stable. The jockey is Chris Husband. Make No Mistake number 8, trained by Zeljko Kretschmar for the ownership of Mary Self. The rider is Jason Hoyt. Jockey change on 9, Giovanna Ponti to Keve Nichols. Trained by Elliott Sullivan for Darlene Pettipaw. Keve Nichols rides 9, Giovanna Ponti. And the 10 is Tale of Perfect Law, trained by Mickey Neubauer for Charles Fipke. The jockey is Melanie Pinto. Turf Mile coming up in the 8th race. Start of this program's last 20-cent pick 3. And on the 8th race, there's Superfecta, Rolling Double, Trifecta, Exacta, Win Place, and Show Wagers. Horses begin to make their way onto the turf course for the 8th. Complete field of 10 has made it onto the turf course. Now the starting gate is taking position. Time running out for the rolling pick 3 and 8th race wagers. Beginning to load now. 3-1 on It's Nice to Be Nice. Long shot Our Petunia. What's in a Kiss at 7-1. Double digits for Leon Azul. Capoeira priced at 7-1. $92 Respect on C's Overture. $10-1 on Giovanna Ponti. Make No Mistake. Tale of Perfect Law. Last in is Silent Charity. Stand by for a start. Race 8 at the post. They're off for a turf mile in Fort Erie. And from the outside, Tale of Perfect Law is well away. Along the inside, Our Petunia, part of the early action. There goes C's Overture and Make No Mistake from the outside. C's Overture on the outside flank of Our Petunia. Make No Mistake ran up with them, and Silent Charity burst away into the front four. Capoeira is fifth. Giovanna Ponti sixth. Tale of Perfect Law running wide. Third from last shuffled out was Leon Azul. Second to last, It's Nice to Be Nice. And in the pink colors, What's in a Kiss is 10th and trailing into the backstretch. The opening quarter was 24 1/5. Our Petunia. And Jeffrey Alderson trying to steal one from the front end, but right there tagging is C's Overture, and Make No Mistake is out in the clear. From third, Giovanna Ponti is fourth. Silent Charity fifth. Tale of Perfect Law made it to sixth on the outside. Capoeira is seventh. It's Nice to Be Nice starts to motor running from back there in eighth with lots of work to do. Then it's Leon Azul, and What's in a Kiss is 10th on the inside, but less than 6 lengths would cover the field. And they move on to the final turn with C's Overture on the inside, disposing of Our Petunia. Make No Mistake is on the outside. Then Giovanna Ponti, readying to roll wide. Tale of Perfect Law, still in heavy traffic, is It's Nice to Be Nice. Make No Mistake has come away with a top of the stretch lead after a half in 48 3 and 6 furlongs in 1:15 2. Make No Mistake is trying to bring it home. Back in second, C's Overture. On the outside, that's Capoeira with Tale of Perfect Law. Make No Mistake has won it at 4-1. Capoeira second. Tale of Perfect Law was third. C's Overture was fourth, and What's in a Kiss was fifth. Make No Mistake and Jason Hoyt made no mistake in the eighth. Eight, 6, 10, and 7 is posted. 8, 6, 10, 7, the unofficial superfecta of the 8th. Race time recap, 24 1, half in 48 3. 6 furlongs, 1:15 2. Make No Mistake with the turf mile in 1:44. Make no mistake, returning from the 8th race in Fort Erie, the Dark Bay or Brown 4-year-old filly by Raison d'Etat, from Hard to Copy by Mr. Prospector. Bred in Kentucky by Calumet Farm. Trainer Zelyako Kretschmar has won 2 for 2 with the Fort Erie starters this year. Make no mistake, owned by Mary Self, ridden to victory by Jason Hoyt. 4 wins in 8 starts this year for Make No Mistake. Make No Mistake is 1020, 590, and 470 across. Capoeira, 650 and 470. Tale of Perfect Law, 820. The Exacta, 5210. The Trifecta, $850.60. The Dollar Superfecta, the combination 8, 6, 10, and 7, $1,623.25. Rolling Daily Double, 6860. Pick 3 ended on the 8th race, $576.15. Be sure to make your plans to join us tomorrow for the 2020 season finale. Post time 1:10 p.m. for the first of 10 races, and the pre-race coverage on the air as always at 12:35 p.m. Eastern. That's our send-off to 2020. Last live performance tomorrow. Post time 1:10 p.m. Pre-race show on the air at 12:35 p.m. Eastern. Here are the 9th race changes. 4, Athlete Connection is a vet scratch. 5, Truly Honored, rider change to Pierre Mailhot. 6, CJ's Flair to race 2 pounds over. 9, Express Banking will carry 121 pounds. 20 minutes to the 9th race. Start of the program's last rolling double.
Race 9, we have a starter optional claiming event for fillies and mares, this time on the dirt at 6.5 furlongs. This field, another wide open race. I kind of struggled in here. I know the 7, so that's the way it is. 2-1 morning line favorite. I actually go against this horse. I just thought some of the other horses that have local performances here were pretty nice and found probably this spot to be a good spot to race in. I'll start with the number 8, Romantic Gizmo. Big win last time out to pick up that 3rd career win. I mean, drew off impressively by 8 lengths, and I think this filly prefers to go one turn here at Fort Erie. If you look at the 2-turn event, which is the Molson Cup, it was a tough group. Finished 5th, was well beaten that day. Then the turf next time out, not ideal, but the dirt race is here going one turn. Lot to like. A big win here on July 14th, a big decisive win the next time out. Faced a tough runner, Pachamama, who disappointed last time out, but was beaten there by 4 3/4, and then most recently that 8-length win. Just like this horse staying at the one-turn distance. And John Sims, he's had an incredible season, winning at 32% here, 12 wins, 7 seconds, and 8 third-place finishes from 37 starts. He's just really spotted his horses well all year round. And I think a big thing here is look at those big performances going one turn. Melanie Pinto was aboard again today. Love to see that. I also like the number 1, Big Mamba, who I thought was pretty nice last time out in that, career dirt debut in the sense. Never raced on the dirt before. Won by 3/4 of a length against a tough group that was going 6.5 furlongs today's distance. Rallied from last to get the job done. And I think looking at runners in here, as far as the pace scenario, there are a couple horses that kind of want to be forwardly placed, so I think the pace will be decent for her. She beat Evil Woman that day, who's in this spot, as well as Snell Flicka. So excited to see this one, 2nd time on the dirt. Loved the morning line at 6-1. And then finally the 9, Express Banking, who's interesting. You could have claimed her earlier this year for $4,500. She was picked out of a race for $4,500. Then she was claimed just 2 starts later for $6,000. That's when she joined the barn of Jennifer Davis. They had a win on the slop on August 4th, then a 3rd, then a 5th against the boys, and then most recently technically won the Andy Pacero Memorial Cup, but was disqualified and placed 7th. It was a decisive won by 3 3/4 lengths, but was moved to 7th, only beating 1 horse in that field. So I'm excited to see this one again. Has some nice races here and should be fine at this level. 3-1, short price, but we understand why. Big performance last time out. And then obviously, like I mentioned, unfortunately was DQ'd. Good luck.
Field moves into the walking ring for race 9. Riders up for the 9th. Big Mama leading the 9th race post parade in Fort Erie. Trained by Don McCrae for DMAC Stable and Michael Lay in the irons, Chris Husbands. Scott Fairley conditions for Ace Racing Stable. Michelle Rainford, the rider of 2, Evil Woman. Pyrion is number 3. Trained by L. Rodney Barrow for owner Robert Stewart. The jockey is Mark Lee Buchanan. Number 4 was Yvette Scratch. Rider change on 5, Truly Honored, to Pierre Melhot for Joe Humber. Pierre Melhot. Rider change on 5, Truly Honored. CJ's Flair, number 6, is partnered by Nikki Alderson for Joe Humber. DR against the Wind Stable campaigning, so that's the way it is. 7, trained by Deb Rhombus. Hired to ride Kirk Johnson. Nine Express Banking on the track, trained by Jennifer Davis for Big Boy Racing. Sunny Singh up. Romantic Gizmo on the track completes the field, trained by John Sims for Stephen Fossman. And in the irons, that's Melanie Pinto. Ninth race field will run 6.5 furlongs on the main track. Start of the program's last rolling double. On this event, there's Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, Win Place, and Show Wagers. Rider is under instruction to take him back to the gate for race 9. Ready to step in? Big Mamba priced at 6-1. Longshot Evil Woman. Tepid favorite, 2-1 action on Pyrrhion. CJ's Flair. Five to 1 in the wagering market, so that's the way it is. Romantic Gizmo. Express Banking. Longshot Truly Honored, last to load. Standing by for a start. They're at the post. Race 9. They're off. Coming out from the outside is Romantic Gizmo with a strong start. Down along the inside is Evil Woman, and rushing up on the extreme outside out of the chute comes Express Banking with a big early tempo going on here, and right along the inside in the front four, that'll be Big Mamba. Pirion runs on through, so that's the way it is third from last. Second to last on the fence is Truly Honored. CJ's Flair completes the field. They speed over into the turn. Romantic Gizmo on the inside, and on the outside is Express Banking. These two having at it into the turn with Pirion moving up into third. Evil Woman now fourth. So that's the way it is. Improves into the front five. Truly Honored is backed away. CJ's Flair second to last, and Big Mamba backed away from the field. So they move into the top of the stretch after a battle in 22 and 4 and 45 and 4 for Romantic Gizmo and Express Banking. Express Banking and Romantic Gizmo have had at it, and Evil Woman is going to try to reach them. CJ's Flair live on the grandstand side. Express Banking, just a scant late lead, is edging away. Iron Tough still is Romantic Gizmo battling tooth and nail. Romantic Gizmo back at Express Banking. Express Banking looks to get the head bob by about a head to an Iron Tough Romantic Gizmo. And then Evil Woman and a late closing Big Mamba. Express Banking and Romantic Gizmo put on a great show in 117 and 2. Nine, 8, 2, and 1 is posted from the ninth race. 9, 8, 2, 1. Race times recap: 22 and 4, 45 and 4, 6 furlongs, 110 and 4, and the 6.5 furlong running time: 117 and 2. Express Banking. Back to the winner's photograph is Express Banking from the ninth race. What a thriller. The 4-year-old Bay filly from Central Banker and Expressly Yours by Big Brown. Bred in Ontario by Erica Everett Muse. Jean and James Everett. Trained by Jennifer Davis for Big Boy Racing. The winning ride to Sunny Singh. Express Banking makes it 3 wins in 10 starts this year. That's official. 520, 350, and 290 across on Express Banking. Romantic Gizmo, 470 and 310. Evil Woman, 380. The Exacta, 1870. The Trifecta, 8310. The Dollar Superfecta, 982 and 1, $127.75. Rolling Daily Double, 4880. The Pick 3 ended on the ninth race, $117.85. Now on display, the win photo from the 9th race, showing 9 Express Banking over 8 Romantic Gizmo. The win photo now on display from the 9th race. The 10th race, Jackpot High 5. We have a carryover pool, $4,500 plus. Coming into this Jackpot High 5 in the 10th. Tenth race has a rider change on 5 Shamruckus. Make it Chris Husbands. Chris Husbands will ride 5 Shamruckus in the 10th.
Race 10 wraps up the Monday card. $4,500 claimers going a mile and 70 yards on the dirt. The number 9, Blondie Likes to Dance, is my top pick. One last time out, going 6.5 furlongs, won for a $3,000 tag. Ended up being her 4th lifetime win. She won by 3.5 lengths. Nice performance. I like that she's able to stalk just off the pace and make one run. It typically works out quite well for her. Looking at her other dirt performances here this year, well, she only has one. You can see that was 4 starts back. That was going 6 furlongs against $7,000 non-winners of 2 on the year. Was 3rd that day behind Snellflick and Truly Honored, both really nice fillies and mares. And I think the case with her, the distance probably looks like it's a little bit of a question, but look at her first race here at Fort Erie. She won a mile on the turf, and she won by 3/4 of a length. So I'm actually not worried about the distance at all. I like her run style. I think she's going to get a good trip in here and a good setup. So I'm going to make her my top pick. Other ones, though, to look at, I thought the 4, No Question, a logical horse. And this one comes into this race fresh off a win, but was up at Woodbine over the Tapeta. And as a matter of fact, both of her wins in 2020 have been over the Tapeta, but I will say she does have dirt experience under her belt. She's got 3 starts. She's yet to hit the board on the dirt, but look at those races, especially the one January 9th at Laurel Park. A tough group going 3/4 on the dirt. She finished 4th, beaten by 2.5, finished mid-pack. She wasn't beaten by much, so I'm okay with that performance. Then next time out, stayed at that level, disappointed, and then just didn't really show anything at Penn National, but they gave her the break, and I think she needed the break, so not really concerned about her getting back on the dirt. She had a 60 buyer when she finished 4th, so I think she has a decent amount of potential here in this spot. And then finally, looking at others, I was trying to price search, and I really wasn't sure what direction to go. I thought maybe the 2, I Miss You, if this one was close to the 15-1 morning line, a great price. I went to the 8, Munch and Crunch. Originally, I didn't really pick this one out, but I thought this horse might get an okay setup. Horse closes from off the pace, has 2 wins here at Fort Erie on the dirt. Most recently was awarded the win via the disqualification and finished 2nd, beaten by a neck, but Pastel Emily was disqualified. And I think looking at the other effort, the maiden win came here at Fort Erie. Now, the most recent effort, the buyer, not that great, good enough to get a minor share in here. And I think I liked this horse going long. That's the big thing. I think looking at that most recent race, going a mile and a 16th, I prefer this filly going longer, so I like that she's staying with that 2-turn distance today, and I'll use her for 3rd. But I will say, if the 2 I Miss You's at a decent price, even though this one's stretching out, 3 for 5 in the money, going 2 turns here on the dirt. So one that I would consider, even though strictly only has gone 1-turn distances this year on the dirt at Fort Erie.
Horses move over to the walking ring for the 10th race. Riders up for the 10th. Meet you at home, leading the 10th race post parade. Michelle Rainford to ride, trained by Ken Albu for JMR Racing. I Miss You, number 2, campaigning for Stephen Cathcart with Brad Wilson up. Show Me the Prize, number 3, races for Deb Rhombus with Kirk Johnson. Stephen Cherkop, owner-trainer of No Question 4, co-owned by Pinnacle Racing. Hired to ride, Sunny Singh. Shamruckus is number 5. There's a rider change to Chris Husbands for Noel Williams. Chris Husbands riding 5, Shamruckus. Secretariat's Honor, number 6, is trained by Darren Glennon for Ian D'Souza. Jockey is Hannah Toomey. Kevin Nichols to partner. Court Reporter 7, trained by Barrington Cito for Woodland Hills Thoroughbreds. Co-owned by Radcliffe Racing. Munch and Crunch number 8, trained by Gordon Colborne for Donnie Donahue. Mount goes to Devin Johnson. Blondie Likes to Dance is number 9. Owned and trained by Sharon Chicato, hired to ride Melanie Pinto. And Jason Hoyt partners 10 Conquest Rapido for Warren LeBlanc, Clint Abraham, and Sean Secura. They'll run 1 mile and 70 yards on the main track. The 10th race offers the 20-cent jackpot high five carryover pool just under $5,000 into this jackpot high five on the 10th. Starting gate takes position for the 10th race. They've reached the gate, readying to step in. Long shot, Meet You at Home, first in. Same status for I Miss You. Show Me the Prize. 5-2 action. No Question, 2-1 favorite. Secretariat's Honor. Court Reporter. Conquest Rapiduno is into gate 10. Munch and Crunch. Gates 5 and 9 to go, and there goes Blondie Likes to Dance. Shamruckus completing the line. Stand by for a start. Race 10 at the post. And they're off. Along the inside, it's Show Me the Prize for early position. Shamruckus fast away. Court Reporter on the outside of No Question. There's the front four. Secretariat's Honor is in between. Meet You at Home and I Miss You up fast right down along the inside in tight quarters there. And we've had a rider unseated, Munch and Crunch. Devin Johnson is off his mount. Munch and Crunch is loose. We have a loose horse, but to the rear of the field and out of harm's way at this stage. Shamruckus, the leader, over to the backstretch. Tagging on the outside, second is No Question. Show Me the Prize runs in on the fence in the top trio. And Court Reporter joins the top four. Conquest Rapiduno is on the outside in the front five up the backstretch. And then it's Meet You at Home and I Miss You and Secretariat's Honor. Well back to Blondie Likes to Dance. And after unseating the rider, Munch and Crunch is safe and far back of the field, and everybody else, the other nine, proceed into the turn. And the battle rages on the top end. Shamruckus having a long battle with Show Me the Prize. Here comes No Question, winding up on the outside and trying to quickly devour these leaders. No Question. Now on the outside of Shamruckus, suddenly tiring into the turn was Show Me the Prize, and rushing up fourth on the outside, Court Reporter. And Secretariat's Honor now hits the front five. Shamruckus, the head of the stretch leader. On the outside is No Question. No Question. Shamruckus is iron tough. And Chris Husbands has this one moving off. It's still Shamruckus over No Question in late stretch. And Shamruckus is going to do it. Shamruckus won it by a pair. No Question was second. Here's the show battle. Secretariat's Honor was third. Court Reporter was fourth. And Show Me the Prize was fifth. The winner, Shamruckus, running the mile and 70 yards in 1:44 and 3. Stewards General Inquiry into the 10th race concerning the first turn incident when the rider of number 8 was unseated. Stewards General Inquiry on the 10th. Please hold all tickets. The unofficial jackpot high 54673. 54673, the unofficial jackpot high 5. Running times recap. 24 and 2, half a mile in 48 and 1. 6 furlongs, 113 and 2. And the mile and 70 yards in 144 and 3 for 5 Shamruckus when made official. And we now have a rider claim of foul. Please hold all tickets, as the rider of 4 has launched a claim of foul against the rider of 5. The indication from the stewards is that the rider claim of foul is from the first turn. Please hold all tickets. General inquiry into the unseated rider of number 8. And a jockey claim of foul, 4 on 5, from the first turn. The steward's decision will involve the video review, and the jockey interviews. More to come. Judges' live video review now being shown. The steward's live video review from the first turn now being shown. Subject of the rider claim of foul, 4 on 5. Steward's decision, the rider claim of foul, 4 against 5, is disallowed. The rider claim of foul, 4 against 5, disallowed by the stewards. Posted results will stand. No racing rules violations from the incident which unseated the rider of number 8. Sham Ruckus returns as the race 10 winner in Fort Erie. Chestnut 4-year-old filly by Giant Gizmo. From Little Miss Spendy by Point Given. Bred in Ontario by Elaine McPherson. Valiant Ranches Furlongs Incorporated, owned and trained by Noel Williams. And the Catchmount winning ride executed by Chris Husbands, making the most of the situation. The first and 10 this year, Sham Ruckus. It's official. Runs the mile in 70 yards in 1:44 and 3. Shamrock is off at 9-1, kicks back 21.70, 10.90 and 7.20. No Question 4.40 and 3.20. Secretariat's Honor 3.90. The Exacta $80.50. The Trifecta $360.90. The Dollar Superfecta 5, 4, 6 and 7 $1,440.65. Rolling Daily Double 55.30. The Dollar Pick 3 $289.95. The Late Dollar Pick 4 $1,743.50. And the $1 Pick 5 4 out of 5. 4 out of 5 in the Dollar Pick 5, returning $1,081.20. Concerning the Jackpot High 5, it will start fresh for closing day tomorrow and be a mandatory payout. That's closing day, the status of the Jackpot High 5 for Tuesday. It will start fresh tomorrow, and it will be a mandatory payout on our final day of the season. That's the Tuesday Jackpot High 5. And our season finale comes to you tomorrow, first of 10 races at 1:10 p.m., with our pre-race coverage on the air at 12:35 p.m. Eastern. That's our last live program of the season tomorrow, post time 1:10 p.m., on the air at 12:35 p.m. Eastern. Become a member if you have not already done so of HPIBet.com, and you'll get $100 when you bet $100. Membership includes the HPI Bet Rewards program, the ability to watch 4 tracks at the same time. You can wager on almost 500 tracks from around the world, and you can wager online or on site at any time. Check it out and join for free today if you have not already done so. HPIBet.com. Your TV Niagara, your home for post time from Fort Erie Racetrack, every Thursday at 8 p.m. Final show of the season this Thursday night. Your TV Niagara, cable channel 700 in the entire Niagara region. That's this Thursday at 8 p.m. Final show of 2020, post time from Fort Erie Racetrack only on Your TV Niagara, Niagara Region Cable Channel 700. FortErieRacing.com has your daily live stream, the race replays, Ashley Mayhew's tip sheet, the racing schedule, statistics, and much more. And now it's all live in HD. FortErieRacing.com. On behalf of our horse people, the TV broadcast production team, staff management, and the racing officials, thanks a lot for being with us for Live Racing 2020 from Fort Erie Racetrack. Final program of the season, Tuesday afternoon, tomorrow's first post at 1:10 p.m. and the pre-race coverage on the air at 12:35 p.m. Eastern. Have a great evening. We hope to see you for our season finale tomorrow. Good evening from Fort Erie Racetrack.